like we are live. Let me double check everything. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Alright, y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all know what time it is. So funny, man. When I took the night off yesterday. I take Sundays off from streaming some of the times, you know. I don't have a schedule on Sundays, so I took the night off, but it didn't stop me from working. I was just working behind the scenes, you know what I'm saying? Doing my thing. Doing my thing. And yeah, the funniest thing, when I went to go shut down my computer, shut it down, the computer wasn't shutting down, and I was like, oh no, here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again with the hacks. So I fixed that, whatever. And now today, I don't need this. I didn't need to boot up the computer until just now, you know what I mean, for this stream, or at least just a bit ago. And of course, everything was messed up. Cameras weren't working. This wasn't set up. That wasn't set up. Like all the things. Like all of the things that were thinging. You know what I'm saying? All the things that go thing. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the things. None of them were working. All of the things weren't working. I was like, oh man, I'm trying to go live. And everything was like, we're not working today. You had that funky thing happen yesterday when you tried to shut us down and we wouldn't shut down, and now you're booting it back up and now things aren't working. Oh well, y'all know what time it is. We're getting started. Let me just, catch my breath. I must have people feeling a way out here. What did I do besides bring you some of the best artwork? You know how I do it. It's all good. It's all good. We're here now. Oh, and I got the inks out. Look at me. Look at me looking like I'm ready. Let me double check my water. Let me make sure we're good to go. I'm already thirsty. I'm already thirsty. All right. All right. Everything is everything. Alright. Let me crush this before we get started too. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Bloshevsky Experience. This is going to be episode 675, something like that. Mountain King. What am I calling this one? I don't even know what I'm calling it. What are we doing? Working on some concepts. It's cloudy out today, so with all the sunlight coming in, it's a little bit diffused. We got diffused lighting coming in. Oh, so good. Anybody else put honey instead of sugar? Come on, where my honey people at? Tight. So yeah, we're just gonna pick up where we left off. If you remember, what was it, last week? We went ahead and worked on some of these. Was it like the last 4 down here? So we're going to attempt to go ahead and get all these. What's above the page is story concepts that I may or may not need to color. We'll see. And but yeah, for today it's going to be environments. And what else do we have? If we get through this page, yeah, I got another page, and that is the last page of the the concept art book. So we're on the last page and a half, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Besides like maybe a character or two that I might need to capture here. But look at that. Look at these little sticky notes I give myself. See what I'm saying? Look at that. Even my dirty laundry looks good. I must have said that to myself at some point during having this sketchbook. We got that. So yeah, yesterday on the day off when I was still working, just not live, I didn't want to go live. I was still just doing a whole bunch of video editing, you know what I mean? I was trying to play around and like kind of learn how to use the warp stabilizer and all that stuff. Trying to stabilize some of these videos because some of them, you know what I mean, they go back a little bit when I still was using the harness to record. How loud is this music? I mean, I know I'm loud, but how loud is this music? You know what I'm saying? Maybe I can do that. Alright. I think that's good. I'm over here talking over the music. So yeah, I was trying to use the trying to learn some tools, trying to stabilize and all that stuff. None of it worked. I spent like hours and just like kind of just ended up doing the same thing that I always end up doing, which is just hand manipulating in order to use the warp stabilizer and things like that. It's just it would seem that these tools, these video editing tools, while I'm sure with the proper tools and everything like that and the proper processing power and all that, like I'm sure that, you know, I'd be able to warp stabilize a lot of my videos. But yesterday I was running into an issue of just like, hey, we can't, your PC, you know what I'm saying, it can't. So I was also running into that issue where I was just like, I felt like I was getting it right, and then I hit it, render, whatever, let it do its thing. It's like, alright, this is gonna take an hour. And I'm like, alright, I'll be back in an hour. Come back in an hour, and then it starts to finalize, spends about, I don't know, half hour doing that. And then next thing you know, it's just like, we can't do this no more. So I don't know, yesterday with the video run, I mean, I still got plenty of videos done and rendered and da-da-da-da-da, but still, it was hours and hours just down the drain. You know, just playing around with stuff, trying to learn stuff, trying to use, you know what I mean, seeing if there's a way for me to go about doing things faster. You know me, how I try to do all these things and get faster. Either way, I got some references here. I'm not even gonna put them up just because they're not, you know what I mean, they're not anything particular, you know what I mean. Like, I was looking for references before I started the stream when I was realizing everything was not working and I had to like kind of impromptu fix them. Yo, how about this? My VPN wasn't even booting up. How creepy is that? How creepy is that when your VPN doesn't boot up? Boot up. Da ba da. Boot up. And da da. Boot up. My VPN wasn't boot up. Anyways, let's just go ahead and start doing this. I don't have any particular plans, so yeah, let's just go ahead. You are just regular yellow. Look at this color. If you can. There we go. It says it's regular yellow. Let's see what regular yellow looks like. Oh, you ain't yellow. That's not yellow. That's barely mustard yellow, yo. Mustard. What are you doing to me, yellow? What are you doing to me? I knew you were gonna be dark. Look at you. I'll work with you. I'll work with you. What do I got going on over here? What is this? Okay. That's what's happening. Yeah, if you remember me working on these things, I was trying to get good at buildings. Look at me trying to get good. And now that I'm looking at them, I'm like, I mean, they're not bad. They're just not like rendered in pencil. I mean, you know what I mean? Like they're outlined in pencil. There's barely some rendering happening. I mean, I'm gonna use it, but still. I mean, you're kind of yellow. I'll give you that. You're kind of yellow. You're yellow-ish. You know what I'm saying? Yellow-ish. What do I feel like you're supposed to be filled in like that? And what else? Well, I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh, I'm missing some details that I need to put in there. There's some things missing. I was not done drawing this, but I was probably like mentally tapping out. Who knows? You know? Do you know how that goes? Alright. Well, either way, welcome to the stream. This is interesting. This is interesting because I think I'm seeing this differently from what I intended it to be when I drew it originally, but actually I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Yeah, since we're on the last two pages, my book is left side heavy. I'm drawing on like a 30-degree angle over here, because all the weight is on the left side. So I can't just put the book straight, or it'll fall over off the drafting table over here. Dang. Yo, why is this brush so thick right now? Come on. Come on, what you doing to me, brush? What you doing to me, brush? Yo, you're so thick. Why are you so thick? Cover you. You're gonna work with me. If there's anything I could do. This will help it focus, maybe. Try that look. Okay. Try that for a while. Man, we got lyrics. Come on, man. You know how I feel about lyrics. How do I render this out? Okay. So like that. Okay. Wow. When did I draw that stuff? That's crazy. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. What's going on there? Wow. Just noise, huh? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry about this, y'all. Whoa. Hmm. Hmm. find you. Where are you at? I'm not back here. Huh. How do I only got one of these? Okay, two of them. Could swear I had like 50 of these. Sorry about that, yo. Someone's birthday. Somebody's birthday. There we go. Oh, that's right, I needed to check that. Let me check something real quick. free to say what's up, drop a lurk, do all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hmm. Hmm. That's what I thought. Yeah. That's interesting. Alright. Yeah, I'll just do this later. Alright. Hmm. There we go. Oh, that's right. I didn't hit that with the, with any of the paints like I wanted to do. I want to get to this one. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, let me check something. Sorry about that, y'all. Gonna do get some background noise going for me. Oh. Ooh. I grabbed the wrong marker there for a second. Hold on. Alright, let me stop being quiet on y'all. Let me talk about something. So I was watching something earlier today. What's going on with the pyramids, y'all? What's going on with the pyramids? Why is there always something going on with the pyramids? There's always something new. The pyramids just keep on giving, right? You know, whether it's like, how were they built? You know, what were they for? You know what I mean? Y'all see what's going on with the pyramids now? But what's going on with the pyramids, man? So now they're using LiDAR. LiDAR is this technology. I don't know how it works exactly, but essentially I'm guessing it's something like a drone or a satellite, and it's able to basically get a 3D scan of the infrastructure inside the planet, like below the crust, below the surface that we see. You know what I mean? It's like a CAT scan or an X-ray, but for the planet. They call it LiDAR. Interesting name. Now what they've been doing is they just been going around scanning everything. They just scanning all the mountains. All the mountains are pyramids now. They scanning all the pyramids. All the pyramids are bigger structures now. You know what I'm saying? Have you seen the latest? Have you seen the latest? Have you seen what they're talking about? What they're saying about all these? What the pyramids are these days now? They're saying that the pyramids aren't even pyramids. They're saying that the pyramids are rooftops, essentially. Think about the what is it? The Washington Monument. Let me make sure I got that right. I don't want to be getting all my stuff mixed up. Let me look this up. I'm gonna Bing it real quick. Washington Monument. Yes. So some really rich people paid some really nerdy people to zap the earth with a CAT scan, and the CAT scan came back saying that the pyramids are rooftops, essentially. Think about the pyramids. Think of any pyramid. Any of them. But we're kind of talking about the ones in Egypt. Right? You know, the ones that you probably know what I'm talking about. Just off top. Think about those pyramids that we've been looking at forever and ever as the tippity-toppity of the Washington Monument. Anybody ever look at the Washington Monument? Anybody ever watch that one episode of Family Guy, however long ago, when they talked about that the Washington Monument looked like the Washington Monument. The pyramids. That's what these really rich people who pay these really nerdy people to use this really new technology to go ahead and deduce. not only are those things just rooftops, it's not like it's just like a little itty bitty building beneath it, like it's like one story. No, they're saying it goes like more than a mile deep, like 2 kilometers or something like that. I don't even know. How are they hitting the earth with a CAT scan that they could even see 2 miles or 2 kilometers into the earth to be able to make up whatever's going on in there? You know what I mean? Is anyone checking on the health of the earth? Anybody ask the earth how's it feeling after getting the CAT scan without getting one of those protective vests on it? You know how many CAT scans I used to get growing up as a kid? They always had to put me in some rubber coat and all this other stuff to zap me with a CAT scan or with an x-ray and all that stuff. You ever go to the dentist, and then the dentist, you know, they got to get an x-ray of your mouth, and then they put all that stuff in your mouth and it cut up your gums, and it's like, it feel like rubber and plastic and all that stuff that's all up in your mouth, all up in your teeth, and it's holding your mouth open, like, you know what I'm saying? They're LiDAR in the planet, and they can see into the planet, but they ain't putting any protection on the planet when they're hitting it with these scans, whatever it is, right? Whatever LiDAR is. My LiDAR detector is going off crazy. No, it's not. I'm just talking. It's just a funny word. It has a lie in the prefix. Like, they put their worst foot forward. What are we going to call it? We're going to call it a LiDAR. I got a lot of DARs, y'all. Anyway. So what they're claiming is that this technology is able to read I don't know, seismic activity, you know, the movements of the planet, meaning the like the plate tectonics and how they be moving. Remember when y'all were watching Marvel, one of the Avengers Endgame movies, and they were like, oh, there was some movement at the bottom of the ocean. What are we gonna do about that? And then Black Widow was like, it's the bottom of the ocean, we ain't gonna do nothing. We ain't doing nothing about that. Seismic activity. You remember that? So they're saying that this LiDAR technology is able to read seismic activity and then draw a blueprint of the readings three-dimensionally, I'm supposing. You know what I mean? Both X, Y, and Z axes are getting read. And what they're saying is, I should probably just do this like this. And what they're saying is like, hey, those pyramids are rooftops. This is why I don't talk about stuff on my stream. This is why I'd rather just be quiet. You feel me? You see what I'm saying? It's like true or false is ridiculous, ain't it? True or false is ridiculous. I dig it. Let's talk about it. So the pyramids are rooftops to these structures that are over a mile deep into the planet. That's the new fun stuff. We don't care who built it anymore. We don't care how they were built anymore. Now it's just like, we got to go back to what are they? Because we thought they were pyramids. But the Washington Monument isn't a pyramid. So, what to do? Let's change the subject for a second. Because when I heard this stuff, and when I heard they were reading seismic activity, and I'm hearing that there are structures that are over a mile tall. I don't know. Let's look up the tallest building. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me doing this for y'all. I'm gonna bing it. Tallest building. Oh, come on, you don't just got in it. Burj Khalifa, okay. Not looking for Mia Khalifa's brother here. The Burj Khalifa is 2,700 feet tall, essentially, more or less. How many feet is in a mile? 14, 15, something like that. 27. Hold on. Feet in a mile. Gotta foot that mile. $5,280. Okay, so 5,200. That Khalifa building is 2,700. So it's just over half a mile tall. The tallest building we have today is, I don't know, what, half, a third, a half of the size of what they're trying, what LiDAR is telling us. Yeah. So, fun fact. I forget where these buildings are. I want to say they're in Eastern Europe somewhere. They might be in northeastern Europe. They might be in Russia. I forget. You know what I mean? But I'm just talking about buildings. I'm not talking about politics. All right, let's not do that, right? Structures. This is why I don't talk on stream, y'all. This is why I kind of prefer to have people in chat to give me something to talk about. So we got buildings and structures, right? Look at me drawing buildings and structures. Buildings and structures. they got some of these buildings somewhere. I don't even know where they are. And they might not even just only be there. They might be kind of like Ur, you know? But some of these buildings are nearly self-sufficient when it comes to producing their own energy. What do I mean by that? I mean that there are that means that there are buildings that produce their own energy. Imagine, you know, like how the Hoover Dam produces energy, right? They use the motion of the water. That's what the dam is there for. That's what the water flowing through the dam is for. It reads, and then it generates, and then it produces and sends out, and we utilize energy. Something like that. I'm an idiot, y'all. Don't listen to me. And these buildings, what some of them do is their structures, their skyscrapers, they're so tall. They're not as tall as the Mia Khalifa brother building, because that's the tallest building, but they're still buildings that are so tall that they sway. They just slowly sway. You know, y'all see me dancing. You know, like how I be like this sometimes whenever the music's hitting. This music ain't hitting today. I might fix that, I might not. But these buildings, they produce their own energy from the sway because of the wind. Meaning the building is tall, the wind is stronger the higher you get, and the buildings experience that wind and they be like, Jenga, psych, Jenga, psych. Y'all play Jenga. That's all they do all day. They just say Jenga and psych, Jenga and psych. Jenga what? Jenga who? And that sway, I don't know, some really rich person paid some really smart person to develop something that can read the sway and take that sway, harness the power that it generates and utilize it. And then those buildings, like the lights and the electricity in the building itself and whatever else, perhaps security, who knows, like the electricity in the building is either completely or partially covered because of its own energy that it produces. I don't know if that means that they're off the grid or not. I don't know if that means whatever. I don't know if it generates enough to cover the entire building or if it only covers like a fraction, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure if it covered the entire building, you know, people would start having a problem with it. How dare you? How dare you generate enough of your own power to, you know what I'm saying? What would happen if everybody did it? Like, you see what I'm saying? So the first thing that I heard about these pyramids being tops of structures that were over a mile tall, that were 2 to 3 times the size of the largest building that we have today. I was like thinking about how people were like, oh yeah, the pyramids are power plants. They're not tombs. They're not, you know what I mean? I mean, think about it. How could a building be a tomb if it took 600 years? The old theory, you know, everyone's got to rewrite and scribble down new notes and all that stuff now, and say like, oh, you know. So I'm thinking, maybe those things are, you know, really big versions of the Washington Monument. So maybe those things are power plants. Maybe they just... I made a suggestion. This is why I say y'all need to follow me on X. You know what I mean? I'm not getting enough of y'all following me on X. G Mr. Drew on X. Follow G Mr. Drew on X. Oh, look at that. That's so funny. I just started talking about this, let's say 8 minutes ago, and somebody left a comment on the video that I left a comment on. I'm not even going to read the whole thing right now, but some random person just replied to me saying, yes, they even built flying pyramids to go to the moon, ... meaning they said more crazy stuff. So this is why I don't talk, y'all. This is why I don't talk. I'm trying to get away from these people. Like, look, I get it. I'm crazy, but it takes me to be crazy in order to be able to do everything that I do that I know y'all love. This is why y'all love me. You know what I mean? But I keep it in check. I don't go zapping the planet with X-rays. I don't go claiming that the pyramids are Washington monuments. Just, you know what I mean? Or that the Washington monument is a fan model of the supposed pyramids. You know what I mean? Which is going to happen now. If it turns out to be true, then people are going to be like, well, then what is the Washington Monument? You know what I mean? Skull and Bones is going to start coming back up again. Yeah. What happened, man? Skull and Bones ain't got no... they don't got enough fans anymore. That used to be the thing when I was growing up. You know what I mean? National Treasure, Angels and Demons, Skull and Bones, Skeleton Keys. whatever. Either way. Ooh, what are you gonna give me? I'll take it. I'll take it. I will use you. So, if it does turn out to be true that these buildings are impossibly big, but you know, physics is still physics. Because for things like that to still be intact after so long, you know what I mean? Like, they would have to be able to really defy physics as we know it, or they must have been, in order for them to adhere to the physics that we, you know, all know and abide by today, you know, the laws of physics ceasing to exist, you know what I mean? Then it only makes sense to me that these structures would be like underwater. Not completely submerged underwater, but certainly underwater enough. Think about all of you with boats and docks, and you know what I mean? I'm in South Florida. This is Florida. We got, you know, the beach is right there. Inlet is right there. People with boats is right there. Like, this is where I'm coming from. When you look at docks and boats and piers and bridges and all that stuff and everything that goes into the water, it doesn't just like sit on the surface of the floor of the water. They have to submerge it beyond the floor. They have to excavate and dig into the earth, apply the pillar, and then build up from there, and then attach it to the pier, the bridge, the dock, the this, the that. Except these pyramids, they're not attached to anything up top. They look like the Washington Monument up top. This is why I don't talk about anything, yeah. I gotta stop making comments on YouTube videos. I'm gonna see what this person said after I get done talking about what I'm talking about. But let me put on my Ancient Aliens funky hair hat guy, whatever. Like, could it be? What color is that, by the way? I mean, that is a powerful color right there. Yeah, not you. Sorry. It's gonna have to be you, right? Yeah, I like this. So could it be that these crazy mega structures are power plants? They're just hydro plants. Like that was my suggestion. I was like, you know, if you think about a pier or a dock or any of those posts, anything that gets submerged underwater has to go past the surface, and then you have the surface, and then it still extends like way above the surface. It breaks through the water, you know what I'm saying? So it goes into the earth, through the water, and then pokes out the top. Could they have just been hydro plants? Just like these buildings that we have, swaying in the wind like some Caribbean beauty or something. Could it be that these were just mega structures that, you know, I don't know, were an answer for something? I was looking at somebody's post on X the other day. They posted a picture of some old castles, you know what I mean? Some things from hundreds of years ago, castles from hundreds of years ago. You know what I mean? I think it's very I like looking at castles, obviously. You look at the things that I draw, like I'm working on some environments right now, and I'm trying to like switch up the style and everything like that. It's like I said, when I'm working on this world, I need to be able to give each area its own culture and look, and through that I've had to like learn and study and kind of look things up, because honestly I never used to care about environments, and then I gave myself this project to work on, and now I care about things. That's how it worked out for me. Look at me, I care. So nice. So yeah. I don't know. I think it's fun to think about these things. There's just so much we don't know, but going back to these pictures of castles that I saw on X. Like you can see on some, maybe most, I don't know, castles from any culture, you can see layering of construction methods. Meaning that like generations worked on it, and the castle itself evolved. It's like the Three Little Pigs and the Wolf. It's like that game, Ages of Empire. I haven't played it since I was a kid, so don't hold me to it, but I'm talking about the old classic Ages of Empires, when you would have to start off in like the wooden age, and then the stone age, and then the bronze age, and then, you know, metals and all that other stuff. So could these like really impossibly large structures, if they're true, like couldn't they just have been like an answer? To like rising tides, Now we'll go ahead and use you. So yeah. Don't hold me to those ideas, man. I'm just talking over here. You know what I mean? I could have been quiet talking to all zero of you, or. Let's see what this ridiculous person said. This is why you can't talk about these things. This is why I don't get on the chatty. Let me read exactly what I said so we can see how ridiculous I am. If the new understanding of the Egyptian pyramids suggests their power plants, then they were hydro plants that used seismic activity to generate the power, and it won't be the only one on the planet to be doing it. Just talking about how much LiDAR has discovered so many pyramids in the Americas recently. Central, South America. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, let me see what they said first. Yes, they even built flying pyramids. Wait, I'm gonna read the bad grammar. Yes, they even built flying pyramid to go to the moon, dude. With exclamation points, but no capital letters. So you're telling me an advanced civilization, alright, like that will suffer famines, drought, lose wars against invaders? The Greek would have all that knowledge and struggle against nomads? The Pharaoh himself was scared about Vandals and Hebrews can you say that? In small number. So how much power did he really have? All that knowledge. That was all. Okay, 3 sentences. The Pharaoh himself was scared about Vandals and Hebrews in small numbers, so how much power did he really have? All that knowledge. See, this is, you know, here's the thing about people saying stuff. You throw something out there. This is how, like, talking works and arguments work and all this magic man stuff works. So I didn't give a time or date or anything about these structures. You see what I'm saying? We still don't know any times or any dates on anything ever anymore. I mean, you have people who believe the earth is 2,000 years old. Then you have other people who believe that the earth is 8,000 years old. And then you have people who believe that dinosaurs existed 65 million years ago. And then, you know, you have the brightest of us supposedly saying that the earth was formed. When was the earth formed? Let's look it up. Let's look it up. When was earth made? Made. 4.6 billion years ago. I thought it was 3.2. It's 4.6 now? Ah. Some people that believe it was 3.2. Now I guess it's 4.6 billion years ago. I always like to think about that. Let's just go with the 4.6. That 4.6 billion years ago, like the planet was kind of doing its thing. It was just getting started. It was like a crawling little baby, whatever. You know what I mean? Somewhere along the lines, our moon collided with the little molten baby planet that Earth was. I'm guessing 4.6 billion years ago. That's where all the iron on the planet comes from, is from the collision. You know what I mean? And then that's why we have a moon that orbits around the Earth, because it used to be just one thing, and then they kind of just like started dancing with each other, and they're dancing with each other until this day, 4.6 billion years later. You know what I mean? Like a little do-si-do action, like, you know what I mean, grab a partner, spin around type stuff. So 4.6 billion years ago, the planet started doing its thing. And then we got the moon. And then after we got the moon, we got dinosaurs. And then dinosaurs were after, obviously, like single cell organisms, and you know what I mean, the kaputs of life. You know what I mean? All the stuff that kind of just like formed, and then like ultimately like began like life, I guess. And then those things evolved. So you know what I mean? We don't have a timeline. We don't have a set time. It's like I just said, I thought it was 3.2, now it's 4.6. We do not have an established timeline about anything, regardless of however many years. You know what I mean? I did not give a timeline in my little comment. You got some wacky person, I'm not going to give them any cred, on the count that their grammar's worse than mine, and my grammar's pretty terrible. So, where'd that pen go? Here we go. So, this person did give something of a timeline, because they did mention things outside of just the structures themselves. They started mentioning historical civilizations. Historical civilizations, meaning they were mentioning things that existed within the timeline that we do know. I don't even have to provide you with a timeline to tell you that I'm suggesting that obviously this does not take place during any of those recorded timelines. My timeline that I'm suggesting doesn't involve anything that involves any recorded history that we have. At least of this date. What's today's date? March 24th, 2025? You know what I mean? As of this date. Now I can go ahead and argue with this person and be like, I didn't say that, you know what I'm saying? But why? But why? Why would I do that? I like the wonderment. I like the idea. Y'all see what I'm doing over here, man? I'm blowing out the microphone, talking loud. No, but seriously, I could talk all the crap about rich people and smart people and X-raying the planet and seismic activity and building structures that generate their own power and pay their own electric bill through through wind and swaying. But really, I don't care about any of it because there's no real anything. You know what I mean? These are just things that people just say, put out in the air, and you know what I mean? We take them at the value that we give them. Hopefully y'all ain't picking up my background noise. What, man, what are we doing about this? I am not feeling this, I'm getting a heart attack listening to this music right now. Is there anything I can do about it? There we go. Look at that. Immediately, I went from having heart palpitations to a little bit better. So, I mean, just so I can make things clear, no, I do not think that anything like that was made in the thing, and I think that if these structures really are like that, they were probably built in time that's completely lost to us. If the planet is 4.6 billion years old and dinosaurs existed 65 million years ago. Fun fact, I don't know if they've updated it because they seem to be updating history all the time. Did you know that dinosaurs existed before flowers? Flowers did not exist. Do you know what flowers are? Flowers are fruit. Did you know that fruit is flowers and flowers is fruit? It's like that extra sugar that the plant has, so then it just like makes a flower, and then other plants, they make fruit. That didn't exist when dinosaurs were around. That's the consensus. Not mine. Because I can kind of recall growing up looking at pictures, renderings of dinosaurs. And I'm almost certain like some of those renderings had like plants with flowers in them. You know what I mean? Even if somebody drew something fun like a Venus flytrap. Because bugs were so big. Things like that. What were bugs eating if bugs existed before dinosaurs and there wasn't no flowers? Come on, man. See what I mean? You see what I mean? Were they pollinating? What were they pollinating? Tree bark? Come on. Molasses. Okay. Hey, molasses. So, who knows? Who knows how anything ever happened at any time ever? You know what I mean? I don't even know how bees pollinate flowers today. I don't even know how they make honeycombs. You know what I'm saying? I know I could look it up, but because that's look-upable. But what I'm suggesting about these things, this newfound information about the pyramids, is that They could be like these pictures of the castle that I saw on X the other day, where they could just be different time periods of different civilizations that were building on top of building, on top of building, on top of building. Because even though they want to sit here and say that these buildings are however many, a mile, more than a mile tall, 2 to 3 times bigger than the tallest building that we have today. Who's to say that it's all constructed by one single civilization? I mean, they say that it took 600 years just to build the rooftop to these things. And I don't know how tall is the pyramid? Let's look it up. I already forgot how many feet a mile is. It's like 5,000 or 5,200, right? 5,280, something like that. Tallest pyramid. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the tallest known pyramid at 455 feet. 455 feet. What's so it's 1/13 of a mile tall. 1/13 of a mile tall. These structures are over a mile tall, and it took 1/13 of a mile. It took 600 years to build 1/13 of it. So 600 multiplied by 13 is 7,800. Talking about buildings that by current day standards, still inexplicable, would have taken 7,000 years to build. When we have recorded castles that we can look at that have different civilizations building on it, and you could tell because of the bricks. Brick upon brick. So, what am I saying? Saying, why is anybody married to any idea? You know what I'm saying? I mean, have fun with it. How many civilizations can... longest civilization reign. Longest civilization in history. The longest lasting civilizations in history include Egypt, Rome, China, Pandian, I don't know what that one is, Southern India, okay. Republic of Venice. Okay. So the longest lasting one is Egypt at 3,500 years. That's half of 7,000, and it took more than 7,000 to be able to build these structures according to the brightest minds that we have. That's 2 civilizations, possibly 3 civilizations worth of construction. I do like that they said that they build pyramids to fly to the moon, though. That's kind of funny. That sounds hot. That sounds hot to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sounds hot. I like that idea, actually. I have, check out this thing that I drew. Oh no, this is my forbidden side piece sketchbook. Don't look at that. That's for Patreon. Hold on. Is it this one? Yes. Look at this thing that I drew. Look at this. Look at this thing, Mr. Drew. Man, how many years ago did I do this? Flying pyramid with spores. Open for biz. Look at that. Come on. Who's better than me? I'm already ahead of you, bruh. Whatever your name is. I actually really like this drawing. I think the client didn't take this one. So I think I kind of reserve the right to take this one for myself and utilize it. Maybe beautify it, fancify it. You know what I mean? Make it a something. Make it a merch design. Let y'all, you know what I mean? Maybe somebody likes it enough to get a tattoo of it. I think it's pretty hot. But yeah. When did I draw these things? I mean, it's been years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't have a date on these things. I'm looking for maybe the nearest date. The closest date I have to these things is February of 2020. So we're talking 5 years ago. So 5 years ago I drew these things. So while I was freelancing, before I started streaming artwork online. You know what I mean? Your boy was hustling. Your boy has been hustling. Yo, check out this. Check out this. Do any of y'all know who Theo Von and Brendan Schaub is? Do you guys remember when Theo Von and Brendan Schaub used to have a podcast together, and Brendan had to reinvent that podcast several times over before it became what it is today, like the Golden Girls or something like that? I was gonna work on something for them, and then I just, you know what I mean? Life. But yeah, this was for the old King and the Sting podcast with the Rat King. And Brendan Schaub face looking like he got stung by 1,000 bees. And look at this. Look at me studying Metal Gear Solid timeline. Look at me. The person who took the picture of the castle that had like the different bricks on X, by the way, was Hideo Kojima. Everything is just full circle with me, isn't it? Yo, that character is wild. It is well known. You're so loud, bruh. This is ancient Meiji era. Like, calm down. You know what I mean? Go eat an apple plum or something. Anyway. You lack the ability to offend me. Man, that man is on the level of Shang Tsung, yo. Anyways. Yeah. I'm already there with flying pyramids. I'm already there with power plants. I'm already there with that guy's funny. Alright, let's call this one. I've had enough fun with it. I kind of got my point across with this one, at least for what I need it for. Let's keep it moving. How long have we been going? 2.5 hours? Theo Vaughn, hit me up for merch or join my Patreon and let me paint something for you, bruh. I don't want to hear it. Brendan Schaub, hit me up or join my Patreon. I would love to paint something for you. You could hang it up in your studio or something. I hear you're moving to Texas, either already or soon, meaning you're gonna have a new setup. Hey man, what it is. I'm a professional. Oh wow, okay. Alright, we can do that. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm only just a little bit sad that I never got around to making that King and the Sing stuff for you, but it was probably because the podcast like fell out. But also, if the date on that thing is 2020, I probably drew that sometime around 2021. Your podcast was with Theo Vaughn was probably still popping at that point, so that's no excuse. But still, I'm only kind of sad that I never got around to doing that for y'all. Fun fact, I did paint something for you. I gave it to Brian. You know Brian Callen? When I met him, I doubt you ever got those paintings, unfortunately. What's the point of painting stuff for free for people, you know? Ooh. Brian Callen, join my Patreon. I would love to paint you as Peter Pan again. What I painted for them was the fighter and the kid thing. I painted Brian Callen as Peter Pan, you know, because he is a grown kid, and I don't even mean that disrespectfully. I mean that like it makes me laugh. And then I drew Brendan Schaub as well, I just put Brendan Schaub in Bruce Lee's yellow jumpsuit and had him doing a kung fu pose. And I drew them in chibi format as well. That's something that y'all don't ever see me do really, ever, is draw the chibi style. I love the chibi style. I actually be trying everything I can to try to import as much chibi style I can into my work. You know what I mean? Every time I start a character, I get in my head and I'm like, can I draw them chibi? Please tell me I could draw them chibi. I want to make them chibi, and then I don't. You know, the ultra deformed look. The only characters I think that I was able to like really implement it is in this book, I believe. You know what I mean? I almost got kind of close with this character because she's so short, but she's not a chibi character. She's just a shorty. You know what I mean? Like this girl right here, like she's just a little shorty. She's almost chibi, but she's not. She's a little person. I got little people in my story, y'all. Did y'all forget? Are you new to the channel? Nah, but where is the one character that I was like, hey, I can... Oh, dang, this is before the Bayonetta study? Look at me. Dang, this goes back. It's been a hot minute since I drew a chibi character. The gun study, the Air Force study, the hips study. Here we go. The closest thing I was able to get to chibi characters are these, well, this guy and these guys here. This is some of my favorite stuff to draw, man. So I got so many regular characters, and I'm just like, yo, I want to make them weird, you know what I mean? That's why I took this dude and just was like, did whatever I wanted, you know what I mean? This dude, you know what I mean? I gave him an oblong head, but he's still not like particularly chibi, but you know what I mean? He's a monster, so I was able to, I'm able to like play, I'm able to play with the anatomy like that. But where? That's just a dragon. That's just a dragon, y'all. Look at that. That's just a dragon. I just drew a dragon. You know what I mean? But he's in there. Look at these. Look at these frozen over statues that I have. Here we go. Here they are. So I got some chibi characters here. Look at them. They're actually bigger than people. Like that's why I drew this one, because it's a index to show you if this is like an average person, this is how big these guys are. But also, look at them. They got some big old heads. You know how often I think about these characters and how often I miss them, because I'm like, I need to get more. I need to get more chibi-ified characters in here. And yeah, this is so early on in the days. This is 2021, so this would have been after I didn't send a picture to the king and the sting. But yeah. And I think that's it, but I'm trying to get as many chibi characters as I can in here. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, it's gotten to the point where it's just like, nah, I play a lot with anatomy, but I'm not like, oh, okay, this character, let me see if I could find. I showed y'all one of the earlier sketches of him, but I'll see if I can find the early sketch. Come on, you gotta be in here. You gotta be in here. You gotta be in here. Come on. Come on. Don't be in some other book. Just be in this one. I got a character coming up, by the way, as far as like the continent that I'm like trying to finish up here, the environments that you see me rendering today. Like within these environments, I have a chibi character coming up. I just passed his sketch in this book, that's why I'm kind of remembering him. But then I got more on the way when I get to the next map, the next zone, the next landmass. Oh, come on. So you're in the other book? Come on. I can't find it. I can't find it. If it's not right here, then I'm going to abandon the search. Too many sketchbooks. Your boy draws too much. G Mr. Draw on Patreon. I want to draw something for you. I want to paint something for you. Either way. Oh, you see what I mean? This book is left heavy. Look at me slipping. I gotta put it on an angle, and you know what I mean? Look at me keeping the camera straight for y'all while I'm living sideways over here. Yeah, either way, that character that I can't find the sketch for, and I'm not gonna keep on looking for it at the moment because I really want to get through this sketchbook. Not that I'm in a hurry. But one of his original sketches when I was coming up with trying to develop, you know, his monster type is he was a chibi. He had a big head. You know, anytime I came across a monster character, one that really didn't need to obey the laws of you know, human anatomy, you know, I would explore the option to chibiify them. But then what I ended up running into when I was doing that was what I ended up running into while I was doing that was that I already get enough comments that all the characters I work on are either hot chicks or muscly dudes. Get used to that. You know what I mean? I got NPCs in this world. I got 400 characters, but I also have NPCs in this world, and that's where I kind of throw, you know, the moderates, the normies, all that good stuff. Oh, that's what you are. Okay. So, what what I ended up running into was that all of my kind of monster types were all getting chibiified, and it was just like another repetition within the work, and I was like, I can't do that with all of them. I need to be a little bit more selective with the chibiification of the characters in this world that I've made, you know what I mean? Like I need, you know what I mean? Like that's one of the things that helped me be like, make it make sense. Like have fun, have all of the fun. Like I said, I got another chibi character coming up, so I'm looking forward to him because it's gonna be another character that I get to have a lot of fun with. You know, like one of the fish characters that I worked on. You know what I mean? The one in the watercolor sketchbook. Had a lot of fun with that character because he's gonna be able to do a whole lot of. had a lot of fun with another character, but it's in my side piece sketchbook, so you gotta be on the Patreon in order to see those sketches. But you know what I mean, playing with the anatomy on that guy, breaking the you know what I mean, the laws of physics when it comes to like human anatomy. And then you know what I mean, so I had to learn how to apply and implement, you know what I mean, breaking the rules with character design, so that way I wasn't just making all the monsters chibi, but you know what I mean, like dialing it back some in order for it to be cool. So yeah, that character with the beak used to be a chibi design, but it didn't work out. And I can't tell you why it didn't work out, but it has something to do with just has something to do with like physics and what he does and all that stuff. Like, you know, I'm not. I was like, if he could do this like that, then this is ridiculous. What am I doing? It's already ridiculous what I got some of these characters doing. You know what I mean? No need to ramp up. No need to either way. Either way. You know, recently I was on the stream talking about yoga that I did. And I was talking about how I do it like random. You know what I mean? I just kind of pick something and go, and then I do it. But today's practice was great, right? But I don't think I did really all that much with the hammies. I'm kind of feeling it right now. Kind of feeling it right now with the hammies. I'm like, man, I need to go do some things, man. Flying pyramids to the moon. I like it. I showed y'all the world map recently, right? A couple weeks ago on the stream. Probably when I was oh yeah, it was when I was painting these joints right here. When I was talking about all the space stuff. You know. Man, after this ink dried, this purple got a whole lot lighter. I've been wanting to go back and touch this up, but it's whatever. I think I'll just let it ride, honestly. But yeah, the purple dried up and lightened up, and I was like, ooh, could have been darker. Either way. But yeah, when I was showing y'all, or painting these things, so go ahead and watch that stream whenever you can if you haven't already. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all that watch my streams afterwards, by the way. Like, I see the numbers. Like, I see what they are when I stream them, and then, like, you know, I'll scroll back and I'll see, and I'll be like, oh wow, like, you know, the number doubled or something, and I'll be like, oh, not bad. So thanks y'all for not just being here for the live stream, but also enjoying the VODs themselves. I imagine the volume's turned down, and if it can be played at twice the speed, it is played at twice the speed. Or they're just getting scrubbed through. It's whatever. Maybe they're watching the whole thing. I shouldn't beat myself up, right? Anyway. Oh, don't I wanna? Okay. Okay.
Perfect. Oh my god. What's happening? Oh, that's what's happening. Getting caught. Getting caught over on that thing over there. Oh, dang. There you go again. There we go. Yo. This daytime stream, it got me looking so dark. Yeah. Let me BRB.
Alright, my bad. Took a little longer than I thought. It's whatever. Alright, what am I doing here? Oh, how dare you? R24. Wait, what color are you? Maybe I can use you. You know, it's funny. I watched this movie growing up called Wrath of the Ninja. I'm watching the Assassin's Creed Red, Assassin's Creed Shadows. In my head, it's still Red. You know, Nobunaga is like pretty much everything. It's pretty incredible how much stuff Nobunaga is in. I forget the reason why. Like historically, like I forget his position in history, and like the reason why he's like, I forget if it's for a good reason or a bad reason, or if it's because it's argued whether or not it's a good or bad thing that he did, and that's why he's, you know what I mean? Like I can't really recall if he's predominantly like a great unifier or if he's just like the worst of the worst. But Nobunaga is like in everything, right? And anytime I see Nobunaga, it's only whenever I see like Ranmaru with him, who's like, I don't know, his page, his squire, his like his whatever, you know what I mean? It's only anytime something like that's going down, anytime Ramaru's with him in any sort of story, media, whatever. Which Ramaru's in Assassin's Creed as well. It always takes me back to Wrath of the Ninja. Spoiler alert to a 20, 30-year-old movie. But like Ramaru ends up being like the bad guy in that movie. He's all epic about it too. He's like some Sephiroth type-esque figure in that movie. Yeah, they made Ramaru like the threat. It was pretty awesome. You know what I mean? And I used to watch it when I was a kid, so I didn't even know the implications of Ramaru being the threat as opposed to Nobunaga. You know what I mean? That was probably my introduction to Nobunaga, now that I think about it, was Wrath of the Ninja. So anytime I ever think about him, I think about him as like a demon king of some sort. But either way. I'm listening to the game right now. He's saying he did it to unite us. So that's the thing. I'm trying to like decide who in like American history would he be related to, you know? And I might have heard somebody talk about this at some point, but like Nobunaga being put in so much, especially like entertainment media, like video games and animes and stuff like that, would be akin to like I wouldn't even know, like George Washington in every game. And then I always think about that often enough. George Washington being like this great good guy, and then George Washington being this like great main bad guy, and Demon King George Washington, and you know what I mean, like just all the media. And I'd be like, why don't we have more of that? Like think about it, like Japan does it. You know what I mean? Like I could imagine a reason why we don't do that is because we don't want to like defamate our you know, historical figures, whatever. Don't want to have a conversation going down that road, but you know what I'm saying? Like I wonder if that's the reason why like people don't do it, is because people don't want to do it, because they don't just they just don't want that smoke of like either propping a historical figure up or defaming a historical figure. But I don't know how legitimate that is. Like I don't know if that actually is the reason why something like that doesn't happen. You know? Like I have to sit there and wonder. I mean, I don't know about you, but it sounds like fun to me to sit there and think, like have George Washington with all the stories about him. I mean, how many stories could you tell about him in a Oda Nobunaga-esque kind of way? All the good, the bad, you know, the wooden teeth, the cherry tree. I cannot tell a lie. We got Liza P out there, all based on like lies and whatever it is. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's so many elements to his character that can be you know, charged creativity. I don't know, I think it sounds like fun, you know. Dang. Where are you? Let me double check something. Cause I inked over something. I want to make sure I kind of get it right. Okay. So you're there. Where are you at? That's we go. Oh, wait. That's kind of weird. How crazy is it? You know, I don't think this is a spoiler, but how crazy is it that this game, and I don't know how Assassin's Creed, Red, whatever, Shadows is. They made Yasuke. I don't mean they made him this. I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. They made him a part of a Portuguese pilgrimage. I don't know. I'm Floridian. You know, Portuguese to me means Brazilian. And I'm like, is Yasuke, whatever his original name was, Dario, something like that. Like, is he Brazilian? Is that what they're making him, or is it Portuguese, like from actual Portugal? Cause yeah, he just dropped a line that I never caught before. That was he said that he saw the thing, the assassin's hidden blade gauntlet thing. He said he's seen it before. But I'm like, how would he have seen it before? If he was in either Brazil or Portugal, and is that going to be something that plays into a future game, you know? I mean, I don't know anything about the Assassin's games. I never played any of them. But I kind of remember, like, the first few, or at least the first couple, being in Italy. I know they had the American one. Black Flag was my favorite one. And then, you know, Odyssey, Valhalla, Rise of Rome. What's it called? So I don't know if they've ever gone anywhere near Portugal, because that would be the closest ones they had to that is Origins, which would be Egypt, and the Italian ones, the original ones. Italy and Egypt are like the closest thing that they've ever worked to Portugal. And that's if they're saying that Yasuke was a part of a Portuguese pilgrimage, according to this game, or if he's like from Brazil, you know. when did Portugal get Brazil? Dang. Hey, let's look that up, right? Let's check it out. Portugal to Brazil. History. Okay, so 1532. And if I remember, that's around the same time that this game takes place, maybe 100 years off. So 1532. Assassin's Creed, Shadows, Time.
What is your name? You're special.
No, not when does it launch. When does it take place? Timeline, maybe. I just need a year. 1579. So yeah, 1532, 1579. So yeah, he could be from either or. And the Ezio trilogy, that's the one that I remember my brother playing, is 1507, so just before that. So it's not too crazy to think that they went from Italy to Portugal, which would have probably led to Black Flag. Like, that's the thing about these Assassin's Creed games. Something I didn't even know about, like, in the beginning, I don't think, because I never played them. My brother played them. I just always thought that they were like these really cool, like, you know, stealth games. Hey, this music is a little soft, huh? Let's let that ride. Huh. Trying to figure out why this kid around here saving people. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Alright. That's crazy. I don't want to spoil nothing.
So yeah, I guess Yasuke could be from either or. Oh, that's why he did all those paintings. Okay. Oh wow. Well, they're saying that he drew it. He drew his way into. Wow, that's incredible. Dang. Can we be less blurry, please? So that's what happened. Hmm. So that's how it happens. Oh no, that's a little loose. So I wonder where he's seen that blade before. You know what I mean? They're gonna set up an Assassin's Creed Portugal. They're gonna set up an Assassin's Creed Brazil. I mean, if it came to the Americas around the same time, like if Portugal went to Brazil around the same time that, you know, Europe came to Americas, it wouldn't be out of their scope to be able to develop a game like that. It's like I say, man, Black Flag was always my favorite Assassin's Creed game. Probably just because of all the beach stuff, the pirates and all that. It's one of my favorite art books, or concept art books that I have. League of the Hidden Blade. Now here's something that I miss about these Assassin's Creed games. I kind of miss the original aesthetics. And I wonder if, like, the reason why they broke away from the aesthetics is just because was it Ubisoft, like, they blew up, you know what I mean? Like, they got big off of these games. Or if like they were worried about it just always looking the same. But I still remember originally, like I guess Ezio, he was wearing all white garbs, you know, like the white and red look, the original OG look. And the whole sneaking in the shadows part was there, you know, and jumping and hiding and in broad daylight type stuff. Well, and sneaking around in the dark and in the shadows, staying out of sight and all that. But then there was those segments that was like, hey, you're hiding in broad daylight, but you still have to wear this garb, this uniform as a part of the creed. Like, if I remember it correctly, like it was you wore that white garb, the white and red OG stuff, as like, because you were a part of the Assassin's Creed. Like that was their look. Hey, you gonna be like us? This is what you wear. And it was like one of the more dope things when you just hid in a group of like priests or whatever, monastery or whatever, like another group of people wearing white, and then you kind of just like chill in with that group, and people kind of really don't like discern you from them because you're wearing the same thing as, you know, that they do. And like I remember that being like what Assassin's Creed was like the hiding in broad daylight, but you had this uniform. And I don't know, maybe it's just because I didn't play the games that I don't know the reason why they broke away from the uniform aspect, but then they just kept the they kept the hiding in broad daylight part, which is fine. It's like, yeah, I guess you could do that, but like a lot of the strength was in the hiding in broad daylight, but also within uniform. Like that white and red look was just like so sick, you know. And within the games that have all been really cool, like Black Flag and Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, like, you know, the recent games, I never played them, so I'm not going to make a comment about the gameplay. They all look great, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they look bad. I'm not saying they shouldn't look the way they do. I'm just saying, like, they've really deviated from the original design. And I just think that wearing white, like a white garb, white cloth, whatever, insert inappropriate joke. That goes across any and all cultures. I'm sure like everyone had every culture of all timelines, which is what Assassin's Creed is it covers like all these different time periods and different places and people and things like that. I'm sure no matter where you go, like every single one of them had like people wearing white, or you know what I mean, like an off-white color, you know what I mean. Even if we go with like white and red, like I'm sure like all those colors, the original creed of Assassin's Creed, their outfit and uniform, I'm almost like certain like you could find an excuse as to why, similar to hiding amongst the priests in the first couple of games and then, you know what I mean, shanking somebody as you walk by them, and then you just stay in the group and everyone's tripping around the whole group that you are, and you're just like with the priest like, I ain't do nothing. Like that element is completely gone out of these games now. It's a minor gripe that I'm like kind of like, saying here, but it's true. But it's true, and I don't know if they ever like explained it away or anything like that, but like I missed that part. You know what I mean? It seems like they just started jumping into time periods, histories, and all that, and then they even like, I think on some of them, I forget which ones, they were like, oh no, like this person's not actually a part of the creed, like they're just whatever. The only reason why I'm bringing it up is because they just did it in this game where they're like, hey, we're the group of the Hidden Blade, and it's like, well, your dad had that blade, he gave that to you, and he didn't get the chance to explain it, so I don't know how much you could be the creed, or you know what I mean, be the group of the Hidden Blade. You'd think like the Assassin's Creed OGs would kind of come in and be like, yo, what happened to that man? Like, he hasn't reported to us in a minute. Where is he? You'd be like, oh, you're talking about my dad? Like, nah, he passed. Oh, did he give you anything? You know what I mean? Like, there's none of that. Like, there's no like culture of the creed, like, because there used to be. And I kind of miss that, You know what I mean? So I would have loved to have seen like all of the fan. Are we getting dark enough? I would have loved to have seen the fantasy aspect of the Assassin's Creed, the title of these games. You know what I mean? Let me set this up for y'all. I'll be back in like 1 minute. You know what I'm doing? All right. Like, I would have loved to have seen the Assassin's Creed itself, like, have to find its way into these cultures, because I think it all began with Ezio too, right? Like that was the whole thing with the original games, like him and Da Vinci developing all the tools and all that stuff. Like that's where like the whole Renaissance thing kind of was happening, and you know what I mean. That's where they they explained away all that stuff. I kind of remember, like in the original part, they would have to lose a finger, like it was only in the left hand, and then they lost like the ring finger, and that was almost like kind of like maybe perhaps the developers, the creators commentary on being like, oh yeah, if you're a part of the Assassin's Creed, you're not going to be taking on any wife or kids or anything like that. I think it was Black Flag that deviated. You know what I mean? Being like, this guy's not a part of the Creed, it has nothing to do with anything. But he was a pirate, kind of makes sense, almost. You know, you think maybe him getting hunted down by the Creed or something like that for like taking their tech. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that would have been a part of the thing. Maybe it was. I can't remember. But you know, like, there was so much culture in the original games, and not even just talking about the Italian aspect, but just the Creed, the whatever they're called, the Creed themselves, like they had like a thing. And these latest games that they have, not that they're bad, I don't know, I haven't played them, I'm not going to sit there and say they're bad or I'm poo-pooing it. I'm just saying that those games really seem to have deviated away from that. And somebody on the outside looking in, if I'm questioning it, like, could that be one of the elements as to why I hear so many complaints about, you know what I mean, their projects and things like that? People are going to complain about anything anyways, but still. Like, have they lost fans, or have fans lost faith in them at any sort of point within the past decade because of just how loosey-goosey they were with the rules, you know what I mean? And that's what I mean. Like, if you have established rules in the game, you kind of want to adhere to them. Like I said, I think it was Black Flag that they deviated from it, but piracy is a good excuse to deviate from the rules. It's piracy, you know what I mean? One Piece fan over here, you know what I'm saying? Like, and like I was saying, like there would probably be like a consequence for the main character of Black Flag, with whatever his name is, I forget, to pirate the Assassin's Creed, so I don't know, man. I kind of wish, as someone who's never played the games before, but I have maybe not all of the concept art books, but I got most of them. Like I really like their games, their style. I love the looks. Like they're really good. Like some of these books, they have like really interesting concept artists that aren't even concept artists, like ones that like design ships for the Black Flag book, ones that design like cityscapes and everything like that. I think for the Odyssey book, something like that. Because you know what I mean, like how organized their cities and towns were, they have all that figured out. I don't have what was it called, Syndicate? I don't have the Syndicate one. I wonder if that concept art book is any good. You know what I mean? But either way, like, but Ubisoft, like, they'll go out and they'll hire artists that aren't necessarily concept artists to be able to render things out for them. that they need in order to help kind of make their games look as historically accurate as they do. I just wish that story-wise they would have implemented that red and white original Assassin's garb in it. Origins, I think, when they were in Egypt, they had a lot of that white cloth kind of come back because Egypt, they have it. But that's what I mean, like, they could have, like, pushed that a little bit more so, and they could have just implemented it just like they did in Origins, in all these other ones, Assassin's Creed Red, or Shadows, whatever. Like, I'm sure that there were people wearing, like, white garbs back then in Japan. Just who were they, how were they, and how did they, how does the Assassin's Creed get its way into Japan, If it originated from Italy, how did it go from Italy to Japan? And how do they get that, how do they infiltrate these countries with, while maintaining that white garb thing? Because I think even the one that took place in America, the guy still had that garb kind of thing going on, even though he's running around with like hatchets and stuff like that. That was one that I never seen a playthrough of. I should probably do that. You know what I mean? Or maybe I did. Yeah, I think I did, just a while back. I just didn't pay attention to it or something. But either way. Like, I wish all those elements were still there. The losing of the finger, the white and the red garb, the hiding in broad daylight. You know, you're not just like an assassin, but you're like that extra sneaky person that's going around. You know what I mean? It's not like any other game. It's Assassin's Creed. You know, it's a brand. So just like the Creed branded itself with these things, with this like bit of culture, I wish that branding would have found its way through to the other cultures, one way or another. You know what I mean? I mean, even the losing the finger thing. Like, I don't know how far back that goes in Japanese culture, but that is a thing that exists there. Maybe that's the end. I don't know. But that's what I mean. It's like, for the story structure to adhere to things, adhere to the Assassin's Creed culture, adhere to the culture of the places that these games are taking place in, and then write a completely original story that isn't one that's just like, you know, we're the sneaky game. Because at the end of the day, then you might as well just be Hitman or Sam Fisher. What are those games? Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell? Yeah, you know, you're Hitman and Splinter Cell at that point. And it's like, no, you got to make Assassin's Creed. I don't know. I don't know. But I wish I would see that more, and I just, you know, haven't been seeing that in these last few games, and I don't know if we'll ever see it again. But it kind of got me thinking about it, because just because they called themselves a group. And I kind of remember Origins, they kind of wrote that in, like at the end with the guy and the girl, they're running over the rooftops, and then I guess it was kind of called like the origins of the Assassin's Creed, whatever, which I guess would have been before Ezio's time, but I don't know. See, that's what I mean, like there's just little weird inconsistencies, especially considering that the game deals with like time travel and memories and history and facts and all that stuff. It's like, dang. You twisted the history and the facts of a game that's about history and facts. and you know the fantasy element of playing with them. But now it's like the developers are playing fantasy with it's extra meta, I suppose. You know. The game looks great though. You know. You know, like I think it's been like every time they do those things where they
I am terrified of being you, of making the wrong choice, of my mistakes are taken off. My friend,
hmm.
if the bottle stays empty, we are winning. Good morning, Henry Mallet. Why are you up on the roof? Why are you so loud? 어디 털리고 털리고 그 앞을 맨손에. Do you regret it? Or when I leave here?
Hmm. Too dark? No?
He's a great father.
But it is difficult for one to discern whether they want the best for someone, or they are unclear what is best. It is hard to see also from an outside perspective. Or the ones they love. You have thoughts.
I think that life is confusing.
They knew what I think. But I used to be with the we both know safe. We learn to deliver a book. This is time for individuals to step into their destiny.
Thank you, my father. I will go find the father.
Huh. Whatever. I'll let this be done like this.
You always play it stupid when you don't know what to say.
Hmm.
I have. I've been focusing on my other skills.
They are always secure. Do you know why I played this song?
I don't know. But I feel others go forward in play.
That's why. And yes, I feel that too.
Tell me why.
I swore an oath to protect you at all costs. As your father, it was my duty. But if there's anything
You have more than fulfilled your role.
Say 24th.
was shown you in. When I lost Sue, it wounded me in a way that never healed. Everything, like a melody to soothe her strain, and mine.
And mine.
I have robbed you of your mother's memory by staying silent. Soon, you will speak of her. But you must know, she will be proud of you. Come, it's time to take our leave.
Hmm. Alright. Yeah, man, these concepts are incredibly difficult. They were necessary. I remember why I drew these things, but man, they are difficult to hmm. Hey, what is that? Hmm. Wow. Yeah, see, I was while I was developing all this stuff, so I was like looking at everything, right? And I'm like, kind of working off of the world map right here. So you can see. Oh wow. Wow, that's what that is. Hmm. Yeah, all this stuff is just north of these areas down here. Some areas that I need to give a second attempt at, perhaps. Maybe I don't. Maybe I've just spent too much time away from these things. Since these things were all done in 2021, you know, I probably just spent a little bit too much time away from it. I may not need to readjust them. But yeah. Interesting. Wow. I'm glad I looked at this. Okay, so that's what's happening. I'm just looking at the structural. I didn't even notice that, or I forgot about it. The differences here. Okay. Interesting. Ooh, why didn't I incorporate that? Could I have? Could I have incorporated that in any of these? No. Good. Okay. Okay, good. Alright, so I'll keep that there. Tight. Wow. This is insane. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Oh wow. These are those. I need to go back. I need to go back and check those out. Here, let me throw y'all a little fun fact. Let me throw y'all a little bit of world building at y'all, you know, without spoiling too much. This is still one of my favorite pieces right here. That piece, there may be some relation with this piece. So what I have going on here and what I have going on here. Now you could see these things were, what, nearly 2 years apart. So in those 2 years, like, ideas kind of shifted and changed, but really there's still something going on here. Just throwing a little bit of fun at y'all. Let you know that this is all not for naught, you know. Here we go. So yeah, these are north of here. Now, where's my map? Sorry about this, y'all. I'm trying to see something because I'm seeing how my sketches developed and how my my developing this part of the world kind of changed. Who's this? Pixel. How's it going, Pixel? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going through some of these sketches on the bottom half of this page tonight, and who knows? Hopefully, I'll get around to finishing all of these. I don't think I should be able to. And then that just leaves me on the last page, which will, I think, is all world building sketches. And then I can go ahead and move on. You know what I mean? Move on to the next map. So yeah, we got another week or two, or another night or two, streaming these things to render out this page. But yeah, I should be able to get this tonight. I'm just going over this one right now, and I was like, wait a second, let me double check everything, because I see little elements, and I'm just like, that feels like that's supposed to be something. So I'm checking out the map, specifically this area, and checking out these cities down here. Checking out these sketches down here that I didn't do much with. You know what I mean? I mean, these were drawn 4 years ago, back in like April, June of 2021. April, May, June of 2021. So 4 years ago. So yeah, I wasn't deep diving into places just yet. It's amazing. Just like, you know, 3-4 years later, I'm starting to learn how to like really conceptualize places and things like that. And then this one I rendered in like a year later after that. Hence why it looks a little bit more developed than these do. But yeah. Okay. So yeah, all of this takes place south of the one that I'm working on right now, and I just want to make sure that I'm getting the right giving the right render to these things. That way I don't goof nothing up. But how you doing, Pixel? All good? Hopefully I didn't miss you. I've been rambling about Assassin's Creed and stuff. How you been, Pixel? It's been a minute. I kind of miss you since I don't do the late night streams, and I'm not the only one around during those hours anymore. Yeah, I'm watching a playthrough of I keep calling it Assassin's Creed Red in my head, but I know it's Shadows. I was talking about how I kind of miss the culture of the Assassin's Creed being included in the games. Like if you remember the original games, the white and red garb, all the little rules of the creed, as far as like, you know, they lost a finger in order to let the blade go through. All those silly little things that exist. Like, could you imagine you're in Assassin's Creed and you're like, oh yeah, we give up those fingers. Like that's how we show our devotion to the cause. And one of them just goes like, nuh-uh, one day, and be like, oh, well, you're out. You're out. Like that, end of game, end of story. Like, you know what I mean? So I kind of miss like the original, all the culture of the Assassin's Creed that the original games established. You know what I mean? And then like implementing it, utilizing it in order to yeah, they are all over. That was another thing I was talking about, because now that they deviated away from the original games, like all the culture, not necessarily the Italian setting culture, but like the culture of the Creed itself, like they've kind of deviated from all of it. And I never played the game, so I don't know if they actually ever did that for a reason, you know? Or if it was a, you know, just an impromptu thing that Ubisoft did. You know what I mean? Like someone took over and was just like, yeah, who cares? We're rewriting everything. Like who, you know what I mean? Like internal politics and all that. Social politics. All that nonsense. This thing getting loud? What is that? Yeah, I'm on the last. Dang. That's what's up. Oh man. That's what's up. Well, I'm still here drawing plenty. So yeah, it's good to see you. I was talking about also like how the deviation I think happened with Black Flag, which I think was also the same time that they started like kind of going out to multiple different, multiple studios. I think that's like kind of when it all started. So they had like new studios working on new things. Black Flag was when they might have started that, and then also they developed the water system and the boat system in Black Flag, and then they've continued to utilize that system in every game since then. What's happening here? Yeah, what happened? What's going on here? So yeah, I was saying that it kind of made sense that they broke away from it. Is this gonna be loud? There we go. Since he's like a pirate and everything, kind of makes sense. That the pirate character would break the creed. I can't even really remember in that game if he was ever a part of the Assassin's Creed or if he just kind of like inherited the blade in some sort of way, just offhandedly. But it's like fitting story-wise for and then I think in Origins they kind of maybe retroactively changed the historical origins of the creed. I can't really remember because Ezio, I think, was after. I think Ezio was after the Origins timeline. So I don't know. I kind of always just thought the original games had the original timeline since they had Da Vinci setting up, Da Vinci developing all the Assassin's tool most specifically, but a bunch of other things as well. Like all the things that you utilize in that game. So if like Da Vinci was around,
Northern here and Temple. I'm assuming this game yet, right? I'm gonna just like mark this and see. We also have this, which I may.
after the Origins timeline, then it's like, all right, so and Origins was another one of my favorite concept art books.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this game a lot. But I feel like sticking to her, like, I guess gameplay moves to like leveling her up and basically switch over to him when I need to. But right now, I'm just enjoying playing as her. I'll take numbers down there. Alright, we got that. What else? Right there.
But then in Origins, because it was Egypt, and Egypt they wear like a lot of white cloth and white garbs, they were able to kind of go back from the Black Flag pirate garb and go into back to wearing white, kind of like the original, the first 3 games. But then, yeah, like I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what happened after Origins? Was it Valhalla, then Odyssey, then whatever? And I mean, if the original ones took place in Italy, and then Odyssey also took place in like the Mediterranean, including Italy, that's a little weird, right? I don't know. Ah, okay. Yeah, when they started opening up new studios. It's a good time to bail. Like I said, I never played the games, but like I get the art books just because of the, you know what I mean? All the different cultures, so there's a lot of different design elements. A lot of different environments, a lot of different, you know what I mean? I still need you. So yeah, something that takes place in this Assassin's Creed game is the location called Sakai, and Sakai was the last name of the main character in in Ghost of Tsushima. So naturally, it's like I kind of think about both of those games at the same time, and how like similar they are, how different they are, things like that. But it's like once you kind of think about the two games, Assassin's Creed Red and what is this? Extra loud. So what's going on there? What's going on there? That is throwing me off. I think, oh, that's what it is. Okay. And it's like great looking game. Both of them, they're great looking games, and they both have like their own bits that make them like good looking games. And you know, they're not alike in their style, but it's not that hard to imagine like that these games look alike, if that makes sense. Where I felt like had Ubisoft like stuck around with keeping like the Assassin's Creed brand, as far as like, you know, losing a finger, the white and red cloth, all that stuff, you know what I mean, everything that made Assassin's Creed in the beginning. Had they like stuck around with that stuff, I feel like that would make this game a completely different game. You know, the Ghost of Tsushima was a revenge tale. This game is a revenge tale. So it's like, okay, we got both revenge tale games take place in Japan around the same time. You know, they look alike, you know what I mean? Even though they're like different games, respectfully, they're similar. Very similar. And I was saying that if Ubisoft had stuck around with sticking to the Assassin's Creed culture, I think that they could have told a wildly different story. They could have implemented a lot more fantasy into the storytelling, just like they did in the originals. As much as they tried to make things make sense with like the tools and how they got developed, why they got developed, who developed them, all that stuff. Like, doing all that stuff. Oof. Yeah, I think if that found its way into all these other cultures, origins in Egypt, in the pirate seas, into the Vikings, into the Mediterranean, into Japan, all those same exact little Assassin's Creed identifying marks found its way into all those cultures, I think you could have made games that were a little bit more than just like action stealth with the with the little assassin's tool thing, you know what I mean? It's like that tool is the only thing that makes these games their title. Outside of that, it could literally be any other game, you know? So I don't know. play some of the Assassin's Creed. Yeah, maybe. I kinda set up a little video game station over there to perhaps play one day. You know? You know, I just know who I am and what'll happen if I start playing. You know? Kind of still in that place in my life where I want video games to be something that I earn to play. That's what they always were, you know what I mean, to me. Video games were always like a thing. To play after you've earned it. You know, that's why this whole Twitch culture like baffles me, you know? You know, so many people playing video games. I'm just like, how do they do it? Like, I wonder if people would be more interested in my streams and what I'm doing if I did play video games. You know what I mean? Because even if I did play, I don't know how much I'd be doing like online playing, you know what I mean? Or playing with other people or anything like that. It would seriously just be me, since I've spent so much time away from playing games. It would just be me just playing the game, like one player, you know what I mean? I don't see how that's any different from me just sitting here drawing a picture, one player, you know what I'm saying? You know, so that's also a part of the whole thing. But yeah, I would need to be able to afford a system that could even play those games if I were going to do that, you know? But yeah, it's on the to-do list. Who knows, maybe on Sundays when I have my day off. When I started the stream, I was talking about how even though I took the day off yesterday, I still spent the day, you know, doing video edits and playing with the editing software and trying to like figure out certain things and how many hours I wasted, because I still just ultimately ended up doing what I would have normally done. So it's like, I should have just did that in the first place. Even though, you know what I mean, at least now I don't have to question it anymore. Like trying something new as far as like video editing goes. I mean, to be completely honest, I'd be way more interested in like drawing Assassin's Creed stuff than playing the games. Whether it's drawing like the actual characters or anything like that, or if it's you know, like treating it like a series, or if it's you know, doing crossover designs of like drawing this character or that character like an Assassin's Creed character. That way I get to like kind of manipulate the franchise itself into you know, with keeping up with the Assassin's Creed culture like I'm talking about. So if I were to like, let's say, draw I don't know, Zoro from One Piece as an Assassin's Creed character, or if I had to like any character, name a character, you know what I mean, and draw them like an Assassin's Creed character, I could sit there and throw in the original Assassin's culture into the design, and then that'd be my way of kind of like keeping those original game designs visually like alive. You know, maybe reinventing all the characters that they deviated away from those designs and stuff like that. Like I don't know, implementing the design into theirs and showing a rendering and being like, yeah, this is what they would have looked like had they stuck with the whatever. You know what I mean? For instance, let's just say if Assassin's Creed Shadows, they're in Japan, if it had to be with the with the white and red garb and all that stuff, and let's just say I found out that during this time in Japan there was like a Buddhist monk monastery or whatever that like a Buddhist monk monastery that had those you know, that color scheme historically, like in our reality or something like that. So then I'll take the female character here and then render her in a way that that mimics those Buddhist monastery garbs, as well as the staying true to the white and red Assassin's design. From the original games, and be like, ta-da, this is what it would have looked like had the game gone in this direction, had the Creed infiltrated Japan by this means. And you know what I mean. I was also talking earlier about how you know, the whole Japan culture has of like removing the finger, and how the games originally had like the assassins remove the finger so that way they had the blade to be able to, you know, shoot through the hand. and how like Ubisoft got rid of that at some point. Like even implementing that, the reason why that would be implemented, perhaps, like if there actually was like a reason for it, things like that, like keep things grounded in the way that I would have had I been, you know, involved in these projects in any sort of way that could, like, you know, sway development. Like I'd be, like, just talking about it, I'm 1,000 times more interested in drawing those things than I am at playing the games. I think those would be cool things to visualize and draw. I mean, I guess that's something that you can plug into AI. Maybe that's my entry into AI and doing AI art and using AI as a tool, is to be like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, take this series of concept art of this character, take this series of actual, like, historical photo references or whatever, renderings of certain things, and render this character like this, and don't forget to include a this and a that, and plug it in, beep boop beep, and then boom, it'll spit something out, and depending on whatever it spits out, then I can go ahead and take that and you know, digitally render it into a final product that I'd be like, yo, now that this is hitting, you know what I mean? Like, working on a project like that would be dope. It's kind of like why I opened my freelance up on my Patreon. I would want either a very enthusiastic fan to want me to draw something like that, and then I'd be more than happy to draw things like that for them, or Ubisoft themselves to be like, you know, maybe an employee from there to be like, yo, I had those same ideas, and they were like, nah, can I see what those would look like? Something like that. I don't know. No idea. That way I could just kind of draw things for people. You know, as much as I want to draw it, I don't want to draw it more than I want to draw this for myself. Hence why I make that available on Patreon, you know?
Are you kidding? Okay, buddy.
It's so crazy. This game has like little hits of hip-hop beats every now and then. I've only heard it like 3 times, but like hip-hop will kick in, and it's so jarring with the setting, you know? So cool. Or who knows, maybe a content creator on YouTube would want to see me do that, so that way they can make their video, because they've been wanting to make the same arguments that I'm making. And they're like, hey man, you had some good points. Why don't you draw those for me? I'm gonna make a video talking about that exact stuff. But you know, they're like a video essay creator and not an artist. So that way they would actually be interested in becoming a patron in order to get those sort of things. See what I'm saying? But yeah, like all that stuff, it sounds super, like drawing it just sounds so much more interesting to me than playing. playing the games. Not that I don't want to play the games.
I meant to read it out loud. To me.
Oh, sorry. Sarah, tell me, your arguments are excellent. We have already read. I do not read or watch but I will not write again. Sarah, over to you.
Sorry about that.
Hmm. Yeah. Such a crazy angle. Alright. Is that what's happening? Okay.
This popped up. Twisted tree, got you. Wait, it's a whole other set. Oh my goodness. I was wondering like, where's our map? This is wild, okay. Talk to the merchant. Like, what would happen if
Let's go ahead and do this.
this is more in line with the other things? Man.
Where you at?
Wait, would I actually press that? Let's go to board. So you have to shoot groups and you're actually stuck in this. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. Talk to the merchant. Alright. Have a look around.
Okay. Ooh. Left hip. Hmm. I just want to take it there. Do I want to take it there? That's right. Okay. That's what. Okay.
That's gonna foul, but instead, part of an entrance north of the Imperial Palace, so it has to be like over here somewhere, I'd imagine. Here's what I do.
This is the new diploma for you. How to get my certificate up to 6%.
That's what it is.
Mm.
I mean, if I can fight by here and get like a 1v1 each time, I'll fight a little enough. I know it's kind of like this, like this, but that's great.
Man.
There we go. See if this thing stays. Hmm. Hmm. Might as well.
Alright, so hope you're all staying safe out there. Welcome back to more Assassin's Creed Shadows. I've actually enjoyed this game a lot more than I thought I would, and I thank you all again for the likes and views on each video. It means a lot to me, especially since I'm trying out the longer video format for the first time on an Assassin's Creed game. So, thank you all for joining me. Let's go into this. Alright, we're finally back. And right now, that last video, like the end of that last video, was really good.
Yeah, it's always hard to record this corner of the sketchbook, but considering it's on like a 30-degree angle or something, on top of that, it's even harder. Well, this guy's talking about the same thing. As far as like Ghost of Tsushima and this Assassin's Creed Shadows having some parallels. Look at me. Look at me expressing the sentiment of gamers without being a current gamer myself. I must be a complete fraud.
They're sleeping. I think everybody else is left spot. Why is everybody like a sleeping utility? Is that crazy?
Now to get to the other side.
How else is it supposed to be? Hang on. Try to get some insight anyway, if it all works out. Alright. Looking them up. Not a good idea there. I was about to hop out and go for it, but. What? Right here? Just like take them out one by one. At least one of the first things in the fist was right. We're gonna see that 100%. Alright, nice. It all worked out.
That's done. Where are you up to?
Better go back. Alright. Oh my goodness. Put a ball in, I guess. Russian. Give it.
Yeah, I wound up making one of my least favorite places to look forward to trying to work with, and one of my favorites with that one there. I actually look forward to getting around to this and the story. I mean, don't worry. Alright, here we go. Last page. Whoa. That escalated quickly. Here we go. I don't think I've ever used this color before. Oh, hold up. Let me get a picture of these before I go and start drawing over them, just in case I didn't get a picture of the pencils here. Dang. There we go. All right. Alright, let's see what this color gets me.
He almost cost us the fight and got himself killed.
He was trying to save his family. You would both do the same.
Maybe. But my father wasn't a traitor.
In this area, over 30, Peterborough 18, like you can't, I mean, you could cross right there, but I would just want to go there and go up, around, fall like a little path there, bridge, and then over there.
Investigate.
I always feel like they're not putting anybody on.
just hit 7 hours. That's good. That's a good place to stop. Boom. And with that done, that is going to be it for today. At least we got started on the last page, so that's positive. I thought I was only going to be able to get those first 6 done, but look at me now. Anyways, I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. It's right there. Go check it out. Links to everywhere there. Merch stores, get some dope merch. Patreon, join the Patreon, get a commission, like I was telling you. And yeah, the OnlyFans, got a sale going on, 50% off. Go check out the OnlyFans if you are interested in that sort of thing. What else do we got? Yeah, man, that's it. Thanks for watching. Love y'all. Peace.